was more a song about being very close to someone and trying to figure them out. Being close to someone and wanting to take 4 or 5 steps backwards.
Springsteen dancing in the dark line of looking in the mirror and wanting to change everything, and you can't change your face. You know, you just can't. You want to.
By the time you get to work, the hour is going to be looking at you. Being close to someone and wanting to take 4 or 5 steps backwards.
Having no perspective, perhaps?
Exactly. And the whole thing, you know, I want to make a movie of you. I want to write a novel. I want to paint a portrait. I want to get you out of how I see you so close and take a step back, put you in another medium and figure you out.
Supersonic.
By the time you get to work,
You just can't. It was more Springsteen dancing in the dark line of looking in the mirror and wanting to change everything, and you can't change your face. You know, you just can't. You want to.
By the time you get to work, the hour is going to be looking at you. It was more a song about being very close to someone and trying to figure them out. Being close to someone and wanting to take 4 or 5 steps backwards.
It was so weird. And we thought, we can't do this.
This isn't really us, is it? And then but we just couldn't get it out of our heads,
It
really.
had that sort of monotone. It reminded me of an old 60s record. Not Sandy Shaw, I can't think of who. Almost like a Netflix cello record.
Yeah, because it had this sort of, monotonic melody line.
Girl singer kind of.
Interesting performance of Girl Singer, Daniel's Mind
Springsteen dancing in the dark line of looking in the mirror and wanting to change everything, and you can't change your face. You know, you just can't. You want to.
By the time you get to work, the hour is going to be looking at you.
You know, you just can't. You want to. You know, you just can't.
It was more a song about being very close to someone and trying to figure them out. Being close to someone and wanting to take 4 or 5 steps backwards. Title gonna be, we need this central, we need a nucleus, we had all these ideas floating and not really the concept of, but concept.
I find it to be like lyrically sort of like the Bo Brummel's Laugh Laugh meets Where Were You When I Needed You. Springsteen dancing in the dark line about looking in the mirror and wanting to change everything, and you can't change your face. You know, you just can't. You want to. Supersonic, you know, you just can't.
lot of stuff this time, and obviously through CBS there are a lot of writers who are contributing and that kind of thing. Although writing our own songs is a priority for us, it's very important to us to put across our own viewpoint. There are always these other quirky little things happening.
You know, you just can't not to. Supersonic bang.
Discovered the truth.
It was more a song about being very close to someone, trying to figure them out, being close to someone and wanting to take 4 or 5 steps backwards.
Springsteen dancing in the dark line about looking in the mirror and wanting to change everything, and you can't change your face. You know, you just can't. You want to.
By the time you get to work, the hour is going to be looking at you. Being close to someone and wanting to take 4 or 5 steps backwards.
Having no perspective, perhaps?
Exactly. And the whole thing, you know, I want to make a movie of you. I want to write a novel. I want to paint a portrait. I want to get you out of how I see you so close and take a step back, put you in another medium and figure you out.
Supersonic.
By the time you get to work,
You just can't.
it was more
Springsteen dancing in the dark line about looking in the mirror and wanting to change everything, and you can't change your face. You know, you just can't. You want to.
By the time you get to work, the hour is going to be looking at you.
It's a song for everyone.
It was more a song about being very close to someone, trying to figure them out, being close to someone and wanting to take 4 or 5 steps backwards.
It was so weird. We thought, we can't do this.
This isn't really us, is it? And then, but we just couldn't get it out of our heads,
It
really.
had that sort of monotone. It reminded me of an old 60s record. Not Sandy Shaw, I can't think of who. Almost like a Netflix cello record.
Yeah, because it had this sort of, monotonic melody line.
Girl singer kind of.
Interesting performance the girl who sang on Daniel's Money, James.
Springsteen dancing in the dark line about looking in the mirror and wanting to change everything, and you can't change your face. You know, you just can't. You want to.
By the time you get to work, the hour is going to be looking at you.
You know, you just can't. You want to. You know, you just can't.
It was more a song about being very close to someone, trying to figure them out, being close to someone and wanting to take 4 or 5 steps backwards. Title got to be, we need this central, we need a nucleus, you know, we had all these ideas floating and not really the concept is, but concept.
I find it to be like lyrically sort of like the Bo Brummel's Laugh Laugh meets Where Were You When I Needed You. Springsteen dancing in the dark line about looking in the mirror and wanting to change everything. You can't change your face. You know, you just can't. You want to. Supersonic.
lot of stuff this time, and obviously through CBS there are a lot of writers who are contributing and that kind of thing. Although writing our own songs is a priority for us, it's very important to us to put across our own viewpoint. There are always these other quirky little things happening.
You know, you just can't. You want to. Supersonic bang.
was more a song about being very close to someone and trying to figure them out. Being close to someone and wanting to take 4 or 5 steps backwards.
Springsteen dancing in the dark, wanting to look in the mirror and wanting to change everything, and you can't change your face. You know, you just can't. You want to.
By the time you get to work, the novel's going to be looking at you. Being close to someone and wanting to take 4 or 5 steps backwards.
Having no perspective, perhaps?
Exactly. And the whole thing, you know, I want to make a movie of you. I want to write a novel. I want to paint a portrait. I want to get you out of how I see you so close and take a step back, put you in another medium, and figure you out.
Supersonic.
By the time you get to work,
You just can't.
it was more.
Springsteen dancing in the dark, wanting to look in the mirror and wanting to change everything, and you can't change your face. You know, you just can't. You want to.
By the time you get to work, the novel's going to be looking at you.
It's a song for everyone.
It was more fun about being very close to someone and trying to figure them out. Being close to someone and wanting to take 4 or 5 steps backwards.
It was so weird. And we thought, we can't do this.
This isn't really us, is it? And then but we just couldn't get it out of our heads,
It
really.
had that sort of monotone. It reminded me of an old 60s record. Not Sandy Shaw, I can't think of who. Almost like a Netflix cello record.
Yeah, because it had this sort of monotonic melody line.
Girl singer kind of.
Interesting performance, the girl who sang on Dennis Money Jones.
Springsteen dancing in the dark, wanting to look in the mirror and wanting to change everything, and you can't change your face. You know, you just can't. You want to.
By the time you get to work, the novel's going to be looking at you.
You know, you just can't. You want to. You know, you just can't.
It was more fun about being very close to someone and trying to figure them out. Being close to someone and wanting to take 4 or 5 steps backwards. Title gonna be? I mean, we need this central, we need a nucleus, you know, we had all these ideas floating and not really the concept is, but concept.
I wanted it to be like lyrically sort of like the Bo Brummel's Laugh Laugh meets Where Were You When I Needed You. Springsteen dancing in the dark, wanting to look in the mirror and wanting to change everything, and you can't change your face. You know, you just can't. You want to. Supersonic. You know, you just can't.
lot of stuff this time, and obviously through CBS there are a lot of writers who are contributing and that kind of thing. Although writing our own songs is a priority for us, it's very important to us to put across our own viewpoint. There are always these other quirky little things happening.
You know, you just can't. You want to. Supersonic bang.
In our home there were crazy times. When I went out, well, it upset young. Was I asking too much, or was I unkind? Nearly walked away, but then I discovered the truth.
Hello, dobrý den, bonjour, zdravstvuyt, hola, hello, haj, tie, ciao, ahoj, zdraveti, guten Tag, Janapot, Jesus, Zelveki, Bok, ahoj, moyen, zadrevo, Dobadan, Zedzworeski, Heid, hello, Hala, Setzi, Bongo, Salut, Mehaba, Salve, Shalom, El-Kiyam. For us here in England, today is the launch day of what we hope will become a year event, International Transgender Youth Day. My name is Tony and I am the chair of an organisation called Intrust, and I live in a place called Liverpool. And all of our young people took the decision some time ago that they wanted to try and connect with all the other young trans people around the world. And why not? I'm a trans man, and I remember when I was young, that life was very, very difficult. Transphobic hate crime was rife. Society didn't accept us. People viewed us with suspicion, derision, and generally thought of us as people who were mentally ill. Has a lot changed? In some ways, yes, it has, and it's changed for the better. However, in other ways, I'm sad to say that I don't think it has changed. In some ways, it's actually getting worse. Here in the United Kingdom, our government has recently said that it's going to cancel the review of the Gender Recognition Act. And that's something that I know our young people are very worried about. In other countries, they haven't advanced that far, and so they need more legislation, certainly not less. They need more legislation to help their public sector bodies, like hospitals and doctors and nurses, to understand what their needs actually are. We're going to hear from a lot of people today from all different parts of the world. So I hope you'll stay with us and I hope that you will enjoy the event. I can tell you that our young people have put a tremendous amount of effort and energy and enthusiasm into getting this event put together. Many of our friends have contributed with interviews from all over the world, and I really hope that if you are watching this and you are listening to me talking, that you will share it with other people, so that by the time that next year arrives, lots more people will have joined in. It won't just be us, and it really will be an international day of celebration for young trans people. So please sit back and listen and watch. And all as I will say is goodbye, but only in English. And I apologise for my pronunciation. I just wanted to try and make people feel that we had included you. So, goodbye, and I hope you enjoy it. And see you next year. Bye bye, folks. Take care.
Hello and welcome to International Transgender Youth Day. My name's Felix Mufti and I'm the coordinator and host of this event, so you see my face a lot today. I'd like to thank everyone who made this day possible. To all the people I interviewed, to all the people behind the scenes, to everyone who's contributed content towards the day, and to Sean, who, without, I really wouldn't know what to do, so thank you very much. International Transgender Youth Day is about learning our global experiences and thinking what we can do to help everyone. Seeing who needs support and being there for them, in any way we can be. First up, we talked to Gabe and Tara, two black trans people in America, about their intersectional identities and about how they celebrate themselves in a country that does not celebrate them. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back to International Transgender Youth Day. Today I'm here with Gabe and Tara.
Hi.
So International Transgender Youth Day is intersectional. We cannot empower any trans youth without including black trans people. Black Lives Matter is something that everyone should be saying and supporting, while remembering that our trans siblings are very much included in this. However, as someone who will never have a lived experience of this, I would never want to speak on behalf of people who do. Today, I'm joined by Tara and Gabe, who are here to talk to us about their experiences and other things we should all be made aware of. So I can imagine the vibe in America is quite intense for people who have your experiences and identities right now.
Yes, most definitely. Like for me personally, I mean, I'm 5'2", very tiny, barely 125 soaking wet, so I don't have too much to worry about. Usually when I encounter any kind of police force, they're like, "Oh, look at the kid." They don't bother with me so much. But I try to make a point when even prior to all of these riots and things taking place, I would stand somewhere if I saw a police car and a lone, vehicle or a singular person by themselves. I would say, okay, do I need to stay here? Do I need to assess the situation? I was late to work once because I was concerned about a cop patrol stop at one point. It was just one car by himself. It was a nice summer day and everything, but I don't know. I just got the feeling that I should just stay there and keep an eye on it. So I just hovered for a bit and everything seemed okay. And I was going to be late for work, so I left. But yeah, now that all of this stuff is taking place, and it's weird to live in America and it be 2020 and people to not see the racism that's going on and to try and negate it and say they don't see it. And it's like, you can say it doesn't happen if it doesn't apply to you, but if people are explaining their experiences to you, you have, at some point you have to wake up and say, how can I help? How can I make this better?
Yeah, of course. You can't be ignorant to things that are actually happening. I think we have the problem in the UK where people can't admit that racism happens, but racism obviously happens. But it's always the racists who say that racism doesn't exist.
Doesn't happen, right?
Yeah.
But I think that it is such a broken system when anyone is scared of the police. Like, the police are meant to be there to look after you. So when they're a force that you're scared of, it just doesn't make any sense that that's the political climate in 2020, I should say.
Yeah.
Right. especially when their job is to serve and protect. And if you don't feel safe, it's really hard for someone to protect you if you're questioning whether or not they're going to be a threat to you.
Yeah. Cool.
Absolutely.
And obviously, like, this has been building up for throughout the whole of time, but the video of George Floyd, actually, for the first time, people saw it. You know, there's no denying what happened there. And I think that was what really, you know, made everyone start thinking. But at the time, obviously, as well, there was the Tony McDade murder that really didn't get much media coverage or publicity. And I thought that was a bit weird that people really weren't talking about it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's quite normal. It's very commonplace in America, especially for Black trans people to be murdered or brutalized in some way, shape, or form, and it gets swept under the rug. I mean, they're more liable to say something about my mother getting hurt than they are about me. And if they say something about me, it's not like they're going to get it 100% right. I've noticed that when it comes down to trans deaths, it's like the public and other people are looking for the resources and correcting people on the facts and making it known that, hey, this is what happened. And I think with Tony McDade, it's like 2 days after George Floyd died. So it's easier for them to be like, well, I didn't know about it. But there's plenty of times where there isn't a influx of deaths when trans people are being shot and killed in the streets or brutalized in McDonald's. Like that one lady that was just minding her business, wanted to get her food, and then she's getting dragged across the floor because somebody felt like they could do that to her because she was a trans woman who wanted to get a Happy Meal or something. Like, people want to rationalize their biases and make it make sense, but there's a point where there's no logic in hate. Like, there's no reason to take a person who didn't do anything and now brutalize them and then try to cover it up or not, you know, speak on it as you should. The Tony McDade thing was frustrating to me when I found out about it, because it's like, of course I didn't know about this. But then when there's Transgender Day of Remembrance, there's like 40 other people I didn't hear about that the news didn't report about. So it's normal, but it shouldn't be happening.
And I think that, like, as a whole, as you say, like, that violence against Black trans people is not talked about at all, especially like Black trans women, like among some of the most vulnerable people and targeted people in society as a whole. And that's really, really not talked about. And I think that's something that people need to bring to light, especially I've had a lot of people on social media and stuff saying right now that they don't understand, like, the riots, and they don't understand that. And I've seen a lot of gay people saying this, and they don't understand Stonewall, which was frontlined by Black trans people, was a riot.
Right, like, how can you not get it?
Yeah, of course, they gave us most of our rights. How can you not want that to happen again? You know,
for us, who we started, you know, Black trans people started this movement, and then it seems like anytime people have to fight for their freedom, which is a weird way to put it to me, because why should I have to fight for something that's a God-given right, you know? Yeah. But when people have to fight for these kinds of things, it seems like instead of being heard, it's like, oh, you want rights and freedoms, why should you have that? And it's like, well, you have it, why shouldn't I?
Yeah, of course. It just doesn't, because people don't think about the fact that we can't just live our lives authentically without it being a problem. You know, they can't imagine that something about their identity, how they feel inside, is a problem to other people. And that's where ignorance comes from, isn't it? It's just people have no idea about fun and pretending that they do, and pretending that they have any idea with what's going on. But I think a big problem as well is, like, Black Lives Matter being seen as a trend. And I think what people need to remember is, like, how do we keep this going? And do either of you have any ideas of how we can kind of keep this momentum going among the media and among everyone?
Well, the only idea I have is just to continue to educate people, because when they hear Black Lives Matter, they go, just Black people? No one else matters? And you're like, bro, are you deaf? Like, you have to kind of think about it in a sense that it's funny that people would be offended by someone saying someone else's life matters, and then their first, you know, rebuttal is, oh, I matter too. Bro, I never said you didn't matter. The problem is, if it was true that I mattered as much as you, I mean, I would have the same amount of walking rights in the street and safety as a nice young white woman. And it's like at the end of the day, for me, I might not necessarily have that problem because of my size and my facial features and I look like someone's kid. But I saw kids getting harassed by police in some of these videos, and I'm like, oh my God, that kid's 80 pounds. I'm like 20 pounds shy of that kid. What if that was me? So these things are kind of concerning, but at the same time, to continue to publicize these things and let it be known that, hey, just because last week, 2 people got killed and this week no one got killed does not mean that it's not continuing to happen. But then there's all these bodies showing up all over the place hanging from trees because, people somehow just logically put on things, decided that day they were going to go and put something around their neck and jump from a tree. Like, that's logical, some way, shape, or form. There's no way in 2020 people are just hanging themselves all of a sudden. That's not sensible. You think back to history and you're like, when was this happening? It's vaguely familiar, but not to me because I wasn't alive during this time period. To be alive and feel like you're in 1956 is like, why am I here? Like, how do we progress when we're regressing? Information, I guess, is the only key to progressing, but it's how people are taking the information, how we're sharing it, and at this point, people are frustrated, people are angry, and that's why they're rioting. People are not understanding that when a child is upset, no, it doesn't make sense to try and chop your desk in half. That's probably going to break your hand, but you're upset. You're 10. You don't know what to do. Now, imagine you're in the body of a 25-year-old. You're still that upset 10-year-old kid now because you're going back to a place where your life feels like it's less than nothing. You're going to a place of darkness. And it's one thing to go to that place, but to consistently be in that environment and have that drilled into you, which is not something that I was brought up having. Even though I can't fully understand what that must be like, I can understand the outrage. I can understand the rioting, the looting, because it is a response to trauma. It is a response to pain. And that's how people who are wounded respond.
Definitely. Definitely. So, sorry, I can't read my handwriting, but everything you said was really insightful, and I completely agree with what you said about the All Lives Matter thing. Like when there was the bombings in Paris and stuff, people said pray for Paris. But so how's it different now? Why do we have to wish for everyone's lives to matter when some people's lives have always mattered?
Right.
It's just absolutely outrageous that people are trying to make this about them again.
Right.
People are just always trying to make everything about themselves when it just really doesn't bother them at all. But in both of your, are you in the same state then? Are you both in Maryland?
Yeah.
Yeah. So is there a lot of riots in both of your states?
No, actually, I think Baltimore did pretty good with their protests and stuff. I think there was one Monday. I'm not sure the date, but there wasn't any like riots or anything. Like the police were there, but they weren't like messing with anyone, I would say. But it was really good where we were.
You went?
Yeah, I went once on the Monday.
You weren't scared at all?
No, me and my aunt, we were together, but yeah, we were just happy to be out there doing it.
Nice. Thank you for going. I couldn't go, so.
Yeah. Well, at first I didn't know where it was, so I was like messaging people who were talking about going, and I told my aunt, like, it's downtown. They're like, okay, so yep, we went.
That's good. Did it feel like you were like a part of history?
Yeah, it really felt good to be there. It did.
I can imagine. And was there any, because in England we've had a massive problem when there's been riots, there's been a lot of fascists, like,
yeah,
and they call them anti-fascist. But if you're
Antifa, yeah.
Anti-fascist.
Yeah, exactly. You are a fascist. So
yeah.
did you have any problems with that in Baltimore or anything?
Not personally, like from when I went, but I have seen videos of people who like were there, I guess, to be agitators to the protests or like try to get people down and stuff like that. But overall, I think the number of people that we had were there for the main purpose, the main focus, and we turned out.
Good. I just hope that people realize that like hate is a minority opinion, and even if it's not like inside, it will be soon. You know what I mean? The people who are
Yeah.
supporting Black Lives Matter will be the majority. Like, black people aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, where am I gonna go? I mean, I'm just gonna procreate and make other beautiful black babies. So.
Exactly. So, like, you're not the ones going anywhere. They're the ones who are going somewhere. They're the ones who won't survive and
Yeah.
to starving because their hateful ways will get them all out.
Yep.
Exactly. It's a poison, honestly. There's no room in the world that we live in for hate because it's purposeless. What can you do with negative feelings but cause more hurt and pain? I mean, the only way, and it's funny because people will take a stance on it and be like, but Martin Luther King. And it's like, yeah, but they didn't teach us properly about Martin Luther King. Like,
But you
they
killed
made
him.
us think he was really peaceful and stuff, and he was just praying and kneeling. And it's like, okay, this man inserted himself in places where he knew it was going to make the most impact. They did not want him marching, they did not want him where he was. And he was like, I'm not afraid. I'm going to show up. I'm going to do what's right. And it's sad because when I think about Martin Luther King, I think about the fact that his death had more of an impact, not more so than when he was living, just a different set of waves came through after he passed away. It was kind of like now it's been memorialized, this man who had these dreams that were once just dreams, and now it's, you know, I can go to school and people not look at me strange because, well, 90% of my friends are white, or look at me and Tara strange because they assume something about Tara or me without actually knowing anything about her or who she is.
Yeah.
We live in an era
I
where
have that a lot.
I thought we were past a lot of this stuff, and then to find out that we're not, and people are being hung from trees is very confusing. It's jarring. It's like, who can feel safe anywhere at this point, and what can we do about it but to spread awareness?
Of course, of course. And what do you think the best ways of like spreading awareness would be?
It's kind of like fighting that like fiction with facts kind of thing. So people kind of get Black Lives Matter mixed up with Antifa, and it's just kind of like, I get it, but you can't take one group of people and just see brown faces and be like, they're all horrible because these people went to this rally and did this thing. It's like, these are separate groups. I had a conversation at my friend's house the other day. All of them are white, and the grandma is like older, and she's like, yeah, you know, I'm for everything, you know, I get it, but like, why tear down the statues? It's a part of history. It's like, for me, it's like, tear down the statues but put them in a museum, because tearing them down, destroying them, does not erase what they stood for. They should be put somewhere so that we can be ashamed one day of what we did, because Germany's ashamed of what they did. It's not even all of Germany. It was a small fraction of people that got together and they were siding with Hitler and helping out. And they're ashamed. Why are we not ashamed of half the stuff that we do in America, and then try to sweep it under the rug and make it seem rational and okay when it's not? Is weird to me.
I think that's the problem that America and the UK definitely have in common. They've never taken responsibility for any of their actions. You know, we're taught about the British Empire in history as if it was a really, really good thing. Like, they don't talk about how we colonialized everyone. You know, they didn't talk about how we ruined people's livelihoods because we thought we were more entitled to them than them because of the color of their skin. We don't talk about any of that. We just talk about how we got tea and how it made us become one of the richest countries in the world. It's like, oh, well, yeah, what about all those people's lives? Like, why are a few people who are like going to these countries, why are they more important than them? And I think that's the same with America. Like, you know, where they don't talk about what actually happened with the Native Americans, really. You know, Thanksgiving is seen as like a celebration of like kind of, you know, unity between sides. And do you think that like that kind of lack of responsibility for their actions has kind of played out into society and made that ingrained into people?
Oh yes, Black and brown people everywhere. Like, Native Americans in my mind are like the first set of brown people that were wronged, and instead of them saying, oh, this bloodshed is bad, we curse this land, because I mean, golly, half of Reisterstown, Maryland is like on and a Native American burial ground. And it's like, you can't be surprised when you go to my dad's house and my grandma's saying weird stuff like the house is haunted. And you're like, what? What'd you say? She's trying to cover it up like she didn't say that. She's only been there for like a few months. You're like, nah, see, there's no way. This light flickered and you said that weird thing and everything's cool. Like, come on.
Yeah.
So there are no reparations for that. I mean, there's still very, very small pockets of Native Americans that are around, and they're trying to vocalize like, we need to be heard, we need to be seen, this is what happened to us. And they're still like, oh, is that what happened? We don't know, we're America, but it really wasn't our fault. And you're like,
we went there,
but how do you not know? And it's like, they erase so much history. At this point, I'm like, I don't want them tearing down monuments. I want them taking them and putting them in museums so they can look back and be like, dang, we were embarrassing. Because there's no statue of anybody being shot by, police officers, no statues of people that were Native Americans getting shot or killed. And we know these things happen, but instead of acknowledging them, they're kind of just swept under the rug. And all the information about what happened to Native Americans, where they were, what their land was, is kind of like very far and few between because they don't want us to know.
Yeah.
I mean, but I live not far from a place called Mandamin, which is apparently a Native American name. Yeah. And I'm like, I live 10 blocks from Native American land, and it's full of, malls and stores and houses, and no one even acknowledges this. And it's like, the first step in making things right, not even just apologies, is to do something different. Yeah. You can't say that you want effective change and then not make any strides towards that. We live in a predominantly Black city. Like, I'm pretty sure Baltimore is like 90% Black people. Yeah. But it still doesn't feel that way.
Yeah. I can imagine, because people don't realise with the statues and remembering history, there's a difference between the statues being in front of everyone and glorifying what they did, and the difference between it being in a museum and us remembering and learning from our history. I don't think people realise that, and it's all down to like kind of double standards, isn't it? And the double standards kind of just, they carry on, like how the Ku Klux Klan is not seen as a terrorist organisation, but Antifa.
Right, and then it's stuff like Malcolm X being depicted as a bad caricature, when it's like, dude, the difference between him and Martin Luther King that we know of is that he was more vocal about, listen, I'm not going to sit here eating my hamburger peacefully while you spit on me. I'm going to knock you out, which is a very rational response to someone coming in your personal space like that. I mean, it's not a loving gesture for someone to walk up and spit on you. And yes, it would be very Martin Luther King of us to turn the other cheek, so to speak, but there's plenty of times where he got locked up. I mean, this man was technically breaking laws. The laws didn't make sense, but they were broken, and he was put in jail because all he did was stand up for what was right. People are literally doing the same thing. Black, white, Chinese, Japanese, all the Asian Americans, all the Native Americans. It's like everyone across the globe has gotten together to stand up against something, and the police are like, y'all standing up together. We don't like that. We don't like this unity stuff. Stop this. I saw an article where the chief of police somewhere was like, stop treating us like animals and savages. And I'm like,
how's it feel?
Right. Like, I think in order to not be treated a certain way, you have to behave a certain way. And it's like, ooh, but isn't it the same thing they tell us? Like, double standards.
Double standards. That's all it comes down to, isn't it? It's all just double standards.
Yes.
Definitely, but that was all really insightful, and kind of changing the topic of conversation. So recently, obviously, the Trump administration tried to really get rid of a lot of rights for trans people, but thankfully they were defeated. But did that kind of inflict? Like, how did you just kind of feel about that going on while everything else is going on at the same time?
I feel like I should have been. Well, in my mind, this man does nothing to surprise me at this point. If he got on TV and said he hated all of them, like, I knew it. I knew he didn't like any of us, but he's not going to do that. And he's kind of at this point being utilized to distract us, being utilized to tear us apart. Because at no point have I ever seen an American president be like, unity. That's a poison. Like, this man will say one thing one day and be like, I ain't say that. They play the recording. That's not me. What? So he has no accountability. So of course the rest of America, the ones that literally think that there's nothing wrong and everything is perfect, want to call the rest of us snowflakes when we get upset that they took away our rights. I wasn't surprised. I was frustrated because for me it was like, we don't get Pride Month. We're all trapped inside the house. You let the little upset people who wanted to get their hair done and go to the diners show up with guns and protest. But I'm not allowed to show up and just say, hey, I don't really feel like getting shot today or any other particular day. And now it's like, I gotta explain to somebody that I should go to a hospital or a medical facility and feel safe. Like, I don't understand what he thought he was doing. And then to try and have a rally on Juneteenth, like, all of these things are just distractions. And I wasn't worried because I was like, President Obama did plenty of wonderful things that were like, skirt, take that right back. You can't do that. Nope. And they retracted his bills and stuff. And I knew this one was going to be like, President Trump, what, bro, no, don't do this. Everyone was mad. Everyone was upset. And it wasn't misplaced. It was to fuel more anger, to fuel more hate. And I was not feeding it. I was like, they're gonna retract it. They're gonna give us our rights back. Even if it takes all summer or until next year, it's going to happen. These things that they try to do to distract us, to divide us, are really temporary ploys just to pit us against each other, I feel like.
Yeah.
But it's not working for me. I still love Tara, my white friends.
I am just conscious of time because all the answers you've given are really great, so I don't know what I can edit out, you know what I mean? But is there anything else you wanted to talk about as well? Either of you?
I think I wanted to talk more about education, like our education system, because I have a 6-year-old daughter. She's going to start first grade, and I really think that it's important that we teach our kids right, like show them that there are Black contributions to this country, like, and like, I don't know, it's just, I feel like it's really important to start them young so that they don't grow up, because even though like Gabe and I went to a high school where it wasn't really like really cliquey or racist in that way, but I feel like learning stuff that way makes you look at people in a different light. You'll start seeing people, like, if you never learn about people of color in school, then you'll just think that they're less than. They haven't contributed anything, they haven't discovered anything, but they have, and they know nobody teaches us that, and it's sad.
Yeah, of course.
It needs to change.
Because
I agree.
Definitely, because they say that by like tearing down statues and not having them for everyone to see as a rate in history, but what about all of your history they've erased for years and years and years? It's about building that up. When you look at all the awful things throughout time, it's normally white people who have done it.
Yeah.
Right.
It is usually.
So you can understand why Black people were upset about 400 years of slavery and pain and putting us in jails and stuff. I mean, it's logical. That's a response to pain, being angry.
Yeah.
Of course. But yeah,
I think the way to fight it is like, I'm thinking spread more love, spread more awareness. And then it's also things like what Tara is saying is that the school system, I don't think it's just Baltimore. I think it's as a whole, the school system needs to be reformed, because in other countries are doing better than us in most subjects. And it's like, come on, like, Black Lives Matter. I see people donating to the movement, and I think that they need to start thinking about other places that this money needs to go. Like, yes, the movement, but Black Lives Matter isn't just the movement. It's school systems, it's Black owned businesses, it's things that we need. There are so many buildings in our city that are empty and boarded up, and people who are homeless are trying to get into them, and I'm like, it's pointless to have all these buildings where you could turn them into a homeless shelter, you could turn them into Section 8 housing where some of these people can be rehabilitated and get their lives back on track. But they don't want that for us. And it's like, I just don't get it. Like, how can you say you want the world to be a better place and you won't even start with something small like the school system?
Yeah, of course. It's frustrating because it's institutional racism, isn't it? Like, it's
Yeah.
so ingrained into every part of society that it's in everything, and people don't realize that we need to actually change things. Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
and I can imagine how frustrating it must be that it's intersectional for you two as well. Like, it's with being black and it's with being trans. Like, it's two things about yourselves that you can't change and wouldn't want to change anyway. But
Right.
like, have that like constant pressure. So, and I get tired of feeling like I have to constantly be advocating for things. So I can't even imagine how you two must
Yeah.
feel with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I find that Tara is a really good advocate. Like, when people don't understand and she feels like she's not able to help them in the way that she wants, she tries to provide them with resources or other people that she knows can help. And it's like, a person who's forward thinking like that is the best way to progress. If you don't have the answers, find someone who does. And there's so many people who we call Karen these days because they have all the answers, but none of the solutions. It's like you got words, but you don't have any ways to make things better. You just want to boss people around and tell them to sit down, but not to feel what they feel. I mean, it's okay to feel this pain. It's okay to feel angry, but it's not okay to tell somebody how they should process their trauma. I'm not going to walk up to a rape survivor and tell them how they should be carrying themselves and how they should be dressing because I'm not that lady. I'm not that young man. I don't know what that person went through. I don't know if they're trying to work through their pain in a way that works for them. And for me to walk up and act like I know them better than they know themselves is a problem. And that's half the problem we have in America is people thinking they know better than the people who are being oppressed.
Definitely. People talking over or people using like things like Black Lives Matter or trans people as like kind of being like, look how progressive I am, look how amazing I am, look,
Yeah.
I'm so forward thinking, and then not doing anything for either of the communities.
Yeah.
Right. It's weird to think that people can capitalize on something. I didn't think people were doing that until I saw it was a gif of a lady wearing this really nice flowy black dress. She had a Black Lives Matter sign, but there were no black people around her, and she wasn't wearing a mask. And I'm like, I'm seeing like several issues with this whole thing. Like, your friend who's filming is white, you're white, which is not inherently together a problem, but y'all are not standing with the people. Like, there are people who are literally marching around them as a protester. He's just like, I gotta look good for this shot. And I'm like,
Yeah.
it's not about looking good in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of an uprising. It's about doing what's right. It's about doing what I feel like I learned from Frozen 2. It's about doing the next right thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, amazing. I really, both of the things you've both said is really amazing. So thank you so much for talking to me today. And is there anything else either of you like to say before we kind of wrap up?
Aside from thank you for having me and giving me a platform where I'm able to vocalize my feelings and to process the pain that people are experiencing as a person who's an empath is very important. I used to have a YouTube channel where I talked about all sorts of things and I was very vocal about my transition. And then I went through multiple different things in life and was like, I just want to slow down for a bit. And so as I took steps to I folded into myself in a lot of ways, but not a bad way, more so in a reflective space so that when things like this did happen, I didn't respond in ways that people would feel like they can tell me how I should process my pain. So I wanted to direct it in a healthy way. And because I am immunocompromised, I couldn't go to the protests or anything. I haven't left the house much lately at all, but I do still speak out. I haven't stopped speaking up for what's right and what's encouraging is all the friends that I have of all colors that are like standing up against, everything that they've ever learned to be an ally, to be the person to stand up and say, you know what, this isn't right, and I'm not going to sit down until it is.
Definitely. I think that's the thing. Although obviously everything that's happening, it's happening for the worst reasons. I think it's a chance for everyone to really stand up and say what they believe in, and for a chance for you to know where you stand with people. Whether they are going to fight for your rights or they're going to be silent and complicit with all the awful things that's going.
Yeah. Definitely been shocked by those results.
I can imagine. Some people come out with the most surprising opinions that just completely change every way you think.
Yeah. especially like with me being biracial. There's a half of my family, my mom's side, who's white. There's a good chunk of them that are good people, and then there's a lot of them that aren't so good. So seeing some of the stuff that they would post on social media and some of the things that they would say, it really like upset me. It shocked me. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, that's my aunt. How could she say this? Like, and in the midst of trying to hold her accountable and tell her that she was wrong, it was like almost an epiphany for me, because as a biracial person, I realized like I'm white passing, so I have a privilege in that sense. So, and I was so worried about like calling her out and making sure that she knows that she's wrong, that I didn't take the time out to reflect on my privileges and how I can make that better for other people.
Yeah, of course. But I think like that's what a lot of people have done at this time as well. You know, realize their privileges as well. Like,
Yeah,
realize that obviously the hardship they faced, and obviously with people so close to you experiencing that. You know, but
yeah,
it's that's what's confusing about family as well, because you think that they'd support you through everything, but
right.
when they're saying hateful things and stuff, it's like, do you not know who
Yeah,
I am? Do you not
yeah.
know who you relate to?
Yeah, it's like it kind of hurts me, you know, like you're saying that about kind of me.
Yeah, of course, because when they see these things on the news and they see these people, they think that it's some faraway problem that doesn't exist within their realm of
Yeah,
reality, but it's happening to everyone, you know, it
yeah,
affects you, and you should take that responsibility onto it as well,
yeah.
definitely. Gabe, are you okay, Gabe? Your picture keeps going
Yes.
on.
My screen is being weird, but I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm glad. But is there anything else you want to say about anything at all? Like anything we can promote, anything help, anything?
um, just to spread more love, just to, I mean, it's funny because when people hear the love your neighbor thing from the Bible, they're like, okay. But it's really not as easy as people think. Um, it's also not that complicated just to take someone as they are and love them for who they are. I have like a billion friends who are white, black, purple, orange that can do it, so I can't imagine the rest of the world not one day being able to be on board with it. I think more
Yeah,
time needs to pass, and people just need to keep fighting the good fight.
Definitely,
I agree.
definitely. Well, thank you both so much for talking to me today. It's been a really useful, insightful conversation, and it's been really great to hear about everything that's going on from two people who are actually directly affected by it.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much, and I really hope you've enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you.
us, Felix.
Anytime, anytime. I'm just going to stop recording now.
Okay.
Okay.
Important thing to remember, being trans isn't necessarily a permanent struggle. Yes, it comes with a lot of struggle at times, but it also comes with a lot of beautiful moments, and you need to be able to share them with people who understand too. So that's something I'd have liked to have heard.
I wish somebody would have told me how little of a difference it makes to some people.
To always know being who you are truly matters, and that anyone's opinion that's wrong doesn't matter, and to be true to yourself.
And no matter what, there's always going to be at least one person that supports you. Even if they don't, there's so many people that will.
To protect them and keep them safe, and to make sure that they are loved no matter who or what they are.
To ask questions, don't be afraid to address what your child is feeling, because at the end of the day, if you don't ask, you won't know, and then there's more likelihood of you getting something wrong.
It's really, really important to listen to your children, try and hear and understand what they're trying to say to you, because the more you do that, the more they're going to understand that all you want to do is help them and support them.
By having gender neutral toilets, or just like the disabled toilets double as gender neutral toilets, which is what they do at my school. And that really helps, because using the toilets, public toilets, is quite a big fear of mine and probably every other trans person out there.
To add an LGBT club for safe spaces for them, and if they are getting bullied, to listen to them and sort it out.
It's important to teach our awareness and to teach about different experiences to everybody that might be in that school.
The most important thing to me was that they weren't scared to have the conversation about it, and they respected me and like my journey. And also include education, more education about the LGBT community, because it's definitely not spoken about as much as it needs to be.
Bring trans people into the classroom, whether that's in like, you know, trans writers or trans history. Like, just bring it into the classroom, gather a discussion, don't be afraid to discuss, like, because I think a lot of schools are afraid that they'll be like promoting and stuff like this, which is a load of codwallop.
When it comes to particularly trans young people, every single experience of LGBT young people is really, really different. So trying to find a one-size-fits-all to deal with all of them, it won't work. So my advice would be to take each individual person as an individual case and treat them all as individuals in different ways with different strategies to help that young person best.
Be able to live a normal, comfortable life without other people having to judge them for it.
I think I'd like to see more respect and more access to healthcare for trans and non-binary young people to help them at the earliest opportunity possible.
More safe spaces to discuss, to participate in activities that sometimes are very hard for trans young people. For example, I love football and I was brought up playing it, and now I'm very, very afraid to join a team. I don't like the fact that, you know, my gender is prohibiting me from doing something, but it's sadly the case. So yeah, more places for trans people and trans young people specifically.
People being nicer to trans people. Because at the end of the day, trans people are awesome. Be our mate. We're just people, aren't we?
My mum actually told me I was too young to know who I am, and that made me quite upset. It's not a good thing to say to a transgender person at all, no matter at what age they are. I think if I had the confidence to reply to that though, I would have said that I am so much more happier living as who I am now than who I was before.
When do you gain the permission to be able to affirm your own existence?
When you're younger, although you might know less, you've not learnt some of the social stereotypes that go into making it so hard for trans people and non-binary people to figure out who they are and what they identify as.
I might not be the same now as I will be in the future, but that doesn't matter, because if I understand how I am now, that's what's more important. I understand how to adapt my situation into how I can feel better about myself right now, rather than to plan for the rest of my life.
And I think it's a journey as well. It's a long journey, it's a process, and everyone's journeys are different. It's a finding out who they actually are. Everybody's journeys look different, and I don't think you can put an age on that.
I know my own mind, and I also know who I want to be and who I am. And they can't make any other decisions, and they can't tell me anything else different. They can't tell me how I should act, who I should be, and why I should be them. Their decision doesn't matter. We know who we are.
For the next segment, I interviewed trans violinist and vocalist Tona Brown. What better way to start the interview than with a video of her playing, and please stay tuned for the interview straight after. Thank you.
everyone, welcome back to International Transgender Youth Day. Today I'm joined here by Tona, who is an amazing violinist and has really broke some history and done some amazing things. So hi, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hello, how are you? I'm so pleased to be here.
Good, I'm so glad. Thank you. It's my honor for you to be with us today. So we'll jump straight in. Did you ever think that playing the violin would get you to where you are today?
No, not at all. It was something that I did for fun. My family knew that I was a dancer, so I was in dance, ballet type, and jazz for a long time. And I was singing in choir and stuff like that. So didn't really know which one of those mediums were going to be successful or something that I would just pick up and just continue to want to do. But once I got to the violin, I just felt a lot more at home. And I also had a really great mentor to kind of guide me through. So that's why I stuck it out with violin.
Real, and it's clearly done you well. Like I watched some videos you playing at the Carnegie Hall. Mm-hmm. I think that's how you say it.
Yeah, that's okay. Carnegie Hall.
Carnegie Hall.
That was an amazing experience. It was a historical experience for transgender people, but also for LGBTQ people in general, simply because it had never been done. And we were really surprised that it hadn't been done. I think that's what really surprised us, because New York is supposedly so liberal and so open, and it's just one of those areas that you don't think something like an event for LGBTQ people has never been done there and headlined there. So it was really amazing. I had a great time.
Boss, and the videos are amazing. And of course, you got the opportunity to play for Obama. So how did that feel?
Actually, I sing. So I'm also a vocalist, and so I sing the national anthem, and it was in New York City. So it wasn't at the White House. It was at the Sheraton Hotel. It was the first time that a president had ever come to an LGBT leadership conference. And so I called them and said, well, how are you bringing him in? Do you have performers volunteering or what have you? And they were saying that they had Neil Patrick Harris, who was there, and Audra McDonald, who is a fantastic soprano. And she does a lot of musical theater. And so she's huge, on Broadway.
Yeah.
So I said, well, what about just him coming in? I just had all these different ideas. I was like, if you need anyone else, just let me know. And I'll bring an orchestra, we will just bring this man in because he's doing so many wonderful, monumental things. And the people got back to me and said, oh my goodness, we would love for you to sing the national anthem.
Wow.
And, so I thought, okay, that would be great. But unfortunately, at the last minute, the other people who were going to be with me either canceled or weren't allowed to be on the stage because of various background issues. And so I was all disappointed, and because we had made this huge arrangement and all this. But sometimes you just have to go with the flow. And so I just went out there by myself and sang it. That's all you can do.
And it was amazing. That was it was at the Veteran of Affairs place.
No, that's another.
Another thing. Oh, you've been everywhere, haven't you? You've been doing it all.
Totally. Yeah, that's a different occasion. And that was great too, because again, we were trying to support LGBTQ people who are in the military. And as you guys know, we're just having so many issues with various administrations, especially that are Republican, who do not feel that we have a right to serve in the military, especially if you're transgender. So he, being President Barack Obama, was monumental in allowing these things to happen and trying to change the legislation so that the laws would be in place. So, something that seems like common sense, but unfortunately in this country, it is not. So he was there trying to get these things going, trying to move the House and the Senate and, the whole executive branch to kind of get this going. So I was asked by a gentleman by the name of DeRaggio Peterson, who had saw my information online, if I would come and sing the national anthem for that event. And that was at the Department of Veteran Affairs. So I think the other thing about being an artist that people don't know is that most of the times you don't get into being an artist to be political. That's not our thing. Our thing is to share our art form. But depending on your situation, it can change. And next thing you know, you are a political force to be, that people have to like listen to or want to listen to or want to celebrate. And that was definitely my story.
Of course, brilliant. Because by people supporting your work, they're supporting a Black trans artist, and
Absolutely.
And I think the arts is definitely a brilliant way to integrate our identities into the wider world.
If you're a strong person and if you know this is something that you're passionate about, you just keep on doing it until the opportunity arises. And if I could say anything to youth, especially trans youth, is that we do have a difficult time, but it doesn't mean that you can't be successful. It doesn't mean that you won't make history, because you are different and because you are special, unique, and amazing. You can make a huge difference in this world just being yourself. I mean, whether I was getting paid or not, I would always be singing or playing the violin regardless. And to know that so many people are very, very supportive, that you're doing it out and proud to support my endeavors, has been a blessing.
Definitely, definitely. And I can imagine in your life you came into a lot of obstacles, a lot of people who have doubted you. And what would you say to them people now?
Well, I laugh at those people. Those are the people who weren't able to do their own thing. And so sometimes it's people that really do care for you, and they think that they're protecting you by saying, oh, you can't do that. It's never been done. You're not going to get the funding. You're not going to get this. And so what you have to do is study that, understand that there are some of these obstacles that are there, but you can do anything you put your mind to, even if it takes longer. So if I was an artist that was supported financially as some other artists, then you would just see me doing what I do, even in my advocacy, more often. But since I have to pay for these things, I have to save, I have to fundraising efforts, I do these type of things, I make it about the entire community. So what was also revolutionary about Carnegie Hall was that it was all people of color involved. And unfortunately, that was a problem when it came to funding, because we didn't have a representation of a lot of white people on it, just to be frank. And being in such a racist, environment, that was the reason why so many people did not put money towards it. Now, you can, again, I'm going to do it regardless. But, that's something that you end up learning along the way, that, if you're an advocate or an activist and you're really trying to stress a point, you can still do it, but you're going to have to finance it yourself. And it's not fair, and, life isn't fair. And it's going to things get better.
Yeah.
As we keep sharing these experiences, but you can still do it.
Yeah,
that's the most important thing.
And do you think that there was a little bit of advice that you wish you'd had before you started, like your efforts of fundraising and campaigning?
Absolutely. I think when you're doing things that go mainstream, you can think until you go through it, and that was what it was. If I would have had someone that I adore, like Neil Patrick Harris, to even MC the event, so many more people would have found out about it and put money towards it. And because of the privileges of him being a white male, a lot of people would have been more involved with it. And so it's like you kind of end up learning when you're organizing things yourself, just how the world really works on the higher level. We actually did that event within 6 to 8 months.
Oh, wow.
So it was pretty much a rush job, because once the word got out, it spread like fire. And I went around to all of the LGBTQ orgs and stuff to see if we could get various funding to make it happen. And a lot of them were not so supportive because it was a trans event.
Oh, wow.
So, we still have a long way to go when it comes down to our advocacy for our community in particular. And just because it's LGBTQ doesn't mean that everyone within our community is as accepting. And so we came across a lot of roadblocks that we did not expect to have, because I had representation of the whole community. Tammy PA is a lesbian comedian. I had Nathan James, who's a Latino man of color, who's a writer, and so on and so on. But at the same time, these were names that weren't so huge. And so to get funders to say this is something that we want to support was very difficult.
Yeah, it's good having someone on the team who's in a bit of a higher platform,
Absolutely. If you're gonna do anything, and I would say sometimes you even have to change your calendar to fit that individual. So I know other artists who have messed up, unfortunately, independent artists like myself who've messed up because they had a huge celebrity that said, hey, I love what you're doing. I can only see you in between my touring schedule. And then they would be, well, I'm not going to change for this person. And now you've never heard of them. So if I mention their names, even though these major celebrities wanted to be in their projects, they didn't conform to the major celebrity. So you don't get as much commercial exposure and stuff like that.
Yeah. You have to make sure you accommodate into everyone's needs.
Absolutely.
What do you think needs to change in people's attitudes towards trans people?
Well, education is imperative. More education needs to be done so that people understand who we are and that we're not here basically to deceive them. And all honesty, that's the biggest thing. They think that we're intentionally trying to do something to harm them or to deceive them or something ignorant. And so there's nothing you can do about that. If someone has that sort of way of thinking. But what we all can do on all of our social media networks, if nothing else, if you want to start doing something, is consistently putting out the information about who we are, the great things that we're doing, not only just now, but also throughout history, because it's nothing new. We've always been here. So the more you do that, the more people get to read and go, oh, okay, I didn't know this. Shows like Pose are extremely important because it tells a story that has never been told before. So when those shows come out, show your support, donate money towards it. Those are the things that make a difference globally, right? Because if people have the information, now they're more aware, and if they see discrimination happening around them, they can speak out about it and they'll understand. And that's what we have to do. And it's really heartbreaking to see when you see all the murders that are happening all around the world, especially in America right now with transgender women of color. We had a trans man who was killed by the police. Tony, what was his name?
Tony McDade.
Yeah, I don't want to missay his name. It is absolutely horrific. And people were shocked. So just as, so many people were shocked, we have been trying to tell people that this stuff has been happening. And sometimes it takes horrible tragedy for people to wake up and do something about it, right? When it comes down to all the horrible violence that has been all around and it's been kept from people. So it just has not been reported on. And the major organizations are now apologizing, showing different places where people can donate and make a difference and volunteer. We've never seen that. We've never seen that over here. I don't know about where you live, but we've never seen that. So, I mean, the work that a lot of the young people are doing is just phenomenal. And you all can make a difference by raising your voice and letting people know that what's right and what's not.
Definitely. Is there anything else, like moving forward, that you'd like to say, like a final message to all the trans and trans young people out there?
Never give up. Simply put, we're at a time in history where we're seeing the backlash because we've been so successful in our efforts. And that backlash that is coming, unfortunately, may affect our lives, but it doesn't mean that things aren't moving forward. So it's imperative for you never to give up and never to feel like change is not happening, because change is happening all around us, whether it's incremental or whether it's a huge change, like some of my friends being on the cover of magazines, and my career, and just other people that you just never seen before. But that only happens from being brave, courageous, innovative, and creative, and just saying, you know what, I'm not going to allow my transness or being transgender to keep me from achieving my goals. I'm going to just keep pushing and almost act as if it's not that big of a deal. Well, it's not to us, but believe it or not, it is to other people. And that's why you can be an artist like myself, thrust into politics and not and being unknowingly about it. Also, can't let it negatively affect your life either. Sometimes you have to just shut everything off. Just say, look, I've had enough. I'm up to here. If it means taking some time away from that organization or whatever it is, sometimes you just, decompress, take your deep breaths, and get away from it all. And so that's another thing that I would say to a lot of young trans people. You're very, very passionate. You know the issues. You're far more educated than a lot of us who at your age. But don't let it consume your life to where you can't have a normal life.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much for talking to me today. Everything you said was so insightful and has gave me a lot to think about as well.
Right, you're very welcome. I hope you guys have a great week.
And I hope you do too. And I'll let you know when all of this is up and ready.
Oh, cool. No problem.
Boss. Well, thank you so much once again.
Right. You have a great one. Thank you.
Bye.
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 I use he, him pronouns.
My name's JC.
I identify as non-binary.
I identify as trans.
I identify as female.
I identify as non-binary. My name is Ash. I think my overall experience at school was negative because I was very repressed in myself. I never wore what I wanted to wear, I never acted how I wanted, I never said what I wanted to say, and I was referred to CAMS twice during high school because I was just so miserable in myself.
I don't think my mental health would have suffered anywhere near as much if I'd been taught properly about what it meant to be gay, bisexual, transgender, anything that wasn't heterosexual or cisgender.
I tried to commit suicide numerous times over the fact that people at school weren't, accepting, and it was horrible.
If I had never gotten onto the internet, I would just probably be a mess because I wouldn't know what trans is, and I'd just be thinking that I was wrong. Because having to look for it all myself, it is isolating because you don't know if anyone around you is going through the same things because no one else knows about it.
You need people there to speak to, because when there's no one there to talk to, you feel alone and you feel like you can't do nothing.
I didn't know that it was okay to feel the way that I felt.
I think if I'd have known about non-binary or trans identities when I was in primary school, that I definitely would have caught on quicker. I think the only reason that it took me until year 7 or 8 to fully realise that was my identity was because I never really understood any concept of different in that way beforehand.
I think it's important that schools do make an effort to educate pupils on what it means to be transgender and what it means to be LGBT, whether that's through PSE lessons or in assemblies.
Students should be told about like LGBTQ stuff when they first start doing PSHE lessons in primary schools. Like just a basic understanding of this is a thing, it's okay, if they build more on that. So by the time you get to secondary school, you have a firm understanding of this.
Say if they did that to my year now, there'd be very few people who get stuff out of it because we already educated ourselves because no one was there. But year 7, there could be some exploration of what those identities actually mean.
I think it's definitely something that would help because people just need to understand more about what it means. It needs to be a regular thing that pupils are educated on LGBT identities because otherwise, what's the point?
I wasn't out as gender fluid because if I so much as mentioned something that wasn't like the typical heterosexual normal things, I'd just get like completely demolished.
But there was just sort of underlying feelings that I'd get the mickey taken out of me and people would think I was strange if I came out as transgender.
There's been people who've said transgender isn't a thing, and there's been a lot of closed-minded people at school.
People are aggressive or react with hate to things that they don't understand. So I think any transphobic comments at school mostly come from people who don't know what it means to be transgender.
There's been a lot of like transphobic people at our school. It kind of, as everything builds up and across the day, you're like, people are calling you girl, people are calling you like women and stuff. All of the little comments just kind of build up. It's such a refreshing change when a teacher's like, you're like troops, or they just say something that's like not gender conforming. It's like, there's one teacher who he refuses to come into class and be like, hi girls, he always says hi troops or hi those sort of things so that it's inclusive to everyone. He understands that some people in this class aren't going to be cis and he respects that and says, I'm going to actively do something that will make them more comfortable. That's the type of reaction you want from teachers.
I think my high school in particular was particularly good with supporting its trans students because they listened to what we had to say. I emailed a teacher at my school and explained to him that I was transgender, and he replied very quickly, immediately calling me the name that I had requested, saying that all of my details could be changed at school regardless of whether they were legally changed. And I've never felt like I've struggled at school because I'm transgender, because school has always been so supportive of me since I've come out.
My sixth form now is amazing. Even in the reception there's like gay flags around. Little things like that makes me so much more comfortable. It's just really nice. It's a really nice atmosphere.
When I was in high school, there wasn't an LGBT group at my school.
I'd went to numerous staff to talk about it and they go,
it has no place in our school.
I don't think they were given any reason. It was like, we don't need that.
I just didn't think they want to talk about it, to be honest.
It was a space that we would have wanted when we were younger.
I think if there was something in school, it would be more accessible.
The teachers all thought that it was a great idea, so myself and a friend set one up. We just created a space where people could experiment without any judgment and where they could get support from other people who they could relate to.
It would help them make friends with other people in similar situations.
It's definitely been beneficial to the pupils that go to it because one of the pupils will come in and say that they managed to pluck up the courage to tell their parents that they were gay or that they were questioning their gender.
I definitely would have felt more comfortable coming out if there was one because there would be somewhere to go and there'd be more people like me around.
We provide a safe space and a certain kind of support that they wouldn't get anywhere else in school. I think teachers do need to be properly educated on how to support trans pupils.
Teachers not being educated on the issues definitely has an influence on their reactions.
Because just like anything else, if people aren't educated on a subject and don't understand it, they're not going to know how to react.
I did have like 3 members of staff that were really supportive of my transition. Having, those 3 members of staff, it really made a big impact.
I think it would be made fun of a lot less from both teachers and students if they were actually educated.
Teachers would definitely deal with it better if they knew about it, because
You know what to do if a student may be thinking they're trans.
but they've never been educated on that stuff.
There are some teachers that don't know how to address trans pupils or how to support them by making it known to pupils that if they were to come out as transgender, then they would be supported.
Then trans students, they'll know that they're safe to come out and tell people.
The policies definitely need to be updated.
Name-changing policies should be made easier.
Our school doesn't let you change your name unless it's like legally changed. If they change the policy, it would actively affect the students at school, and
they should actively involve the trans students that are out and comfortable with being involved,
because it's affecting us.
If trans students were properly involved when schools were looking into developing their policies, instead of it just being like guesswork, the students could actively say like, this thing would really help me, that thing wouldn't, because if it's just thrown together by the board or teachers, it won't be as beneficial. They can actually make it easier for the school to develop policies. If the school was accepting of being trans or anything, I would say that, but they're not, so.
I think it definitely affected my education.
Because I'm constantly worrying.
I'd be too scared to say something, I'd be too scared to answer a question.
And I don't focus enough on learning.
I'd zone out in class, I'd never do anything properly, so.
It does diminish the way trans students can learn in school and progress.
I mean, I'm not expecting them to like do a pride parade, but it's nice to have the like little reminder that they're like, oh, you're here and we respect that.
Hi everyone, so welcome back to International Transgender Youth Day, and now I'm joined by Lord Mayor Anna Rothery. So hi, thank you for joining us today.
Hello, lovely to be here with you.
Oh, thanks. So we're just going to get straight in. So just a little background, Anna, what ways have you been involved with the trans community?
Well, I mean, I became involved with the trans community many years ago, going back about 25 years ago now, in the workplace. And I had a colleague who was a transgender woman, and she was a trainee on a program that I was doing around training social entrepreneurs. And I thought I was working in a very forward-looking organisation, community organisation, you know, really, you know, cutting edge, really. Yeah. And she wanted to use the women's toilets, which was fine by me. And we had like a real, you know, kickback in terms of women saying, oh, you know, she shouldn't be using our toilet. And I was so flabbergasted. I was like, listen, you know, we're at the forefront of what we do around equality. This is the last place I expected to see any resistance. And so it was about having to educate myself around transgender so that I could educate our employees to open up a healthy dialogue about transgender and about the importance of it being able to use the women's toilets. Yeah. And so really that was my first sort of insight into some of the challenges faced by our transgender community. Definitely. And I've also worked with Navajo, with Anthony, with Tony. And so, you know, I've worked for a number of years supporting Navajo, been to quite a few of the conferences and supported it in whatever way I can do, as a speaker, but also, you know, in the background, you know, sharing the message far and wide.
Of course. And being in the position you are, like, that's what trans people need, you know, more allies in bigger positions of power and just everywhere, so we can integrate and have as much support and help as we need from people like you who can provide it.
Yeah, and I had a delegation from the transgender community last year at the town hall, which was amazing to have everybody in.
Yeah,
and, you know, photograph with the flag, etc. And it's just it's part of my ethos, in terms of who I am and how I was brought up. Everybody has to be valued and treated with dignity and respect. Our transgender community are no different than any other community and will always be treated with dignity and respect by me.
Beautiful, beautiful. So, and moving on, so this is your work that you've done in the past, and thinking about the future and how we can change things for trans youth. What would you like to see change for trans youth?
Well, I mean, we've had some appalling stories of trans youth and the trials and tribulations that they face on a daily basis, in terms of the school place and bullying and it's horrendous, the levels of depression and even suicides, sadly, from trans youth who just feel misunderstood, and it's so wrong because, our trans youth should be able to be who they are, regardless of what people think. And we should be making a welcoming and open and honest, safe space where people can be themselves. So, obviously going forward, I'd like to see, more support across all the sectors and more safe spaces where transgender youth can come out, be themselves, and speak openly and honestly about their own fears and aspirations and their own wants and needs going forward in terms of employment or business, and just playing that pivotal role within society, which they are crucial, crucial group within our society. So I'd like to see more open dialogue in a safe space.
Definitely, definitely. Like, nothing's going to change unless we're talking about the problems that are going on, like me and you are right now. Like, things never got changed by pushing them under the rug, did they?
No, definitely not. And, and our transgender community are beautiful. They're so gifted and, and just so out there in terms of personality and, who wants to bottle that up? You are, one of our greatest attributes in this city, this particular group of people. We need to be singing from the rooftops about our transgender community, especially our young people, because they are so gifted and you are so gifted. And any of the events that I've attended, I've just been completely blown away by the contributions. I know you read a poem at the last event I attended, and to just get that insight and to make sure that, other people across the city get to know, yourself and get to know about what motivates you as a person.
Because people who are transphobic, not only are they carrying unneeded hate in their hearts, but they're missing out on a whole amazing community of love and accepting people. And I think that's what...
Yeah. And it's a learned behaviour, that can be passed down from generation to generation. But, my motto is get out and meet people, until you get outside and take yourself outside of your comfort zone and meet people from different backgrounds, then you won't realise how much your life can be enriched by doing so. So get out, make friends with everybody, get to understand, what everybody else is bringing to the table. If you want to really enrich your life, then, that's the best way to do it.
Definitely, definitely. And so obviously due to the pandemic, everything's changed a lot. And a lot of trans youth have found themselves at home, and they might have, quite unaccepting parents, unloving families who won't support them. What would you say to them people who have to hide who they are currently?
This is the sad reality. We know that the mental health and well-being of lots of members of society at the moment is really down there because of COVID and because of the isolation. And, the reality is that, we need beyond COVID-19, because I think the ramifications of this are going to be in existence for many years to come. So we need to ensure that we've got, help and support in place for after lockdown, so that we can deal with the trauma, because it has been a traumatic experience for everybody. But, I also think that there's a positive there as well within COVID, because what it's enabled us to do, because we have been locked down and there's been very little distraction, it's enabled us to tap into our emotional intelligence, and it's given people the headspace to sit and ponder the realities of life and to, to ponder, people from different walks of life and different backgrounds, and to, and do some research, where does everybody was so busy running around in the workplace, etc. There was just no space to think about, you know, life in general. And so I'm hoping that we come out the other side of COVID with a bit more empathy for other people from different diverse backgrounds, and enough, interest and concern to just go out and mingle and mix with people and find out about, you know, people's lives, and and experience, you know, the city in all of its fullness and beauty, really.
Definitely. I think it has gave like a lot of time for people to be having conversations that they necessarily haven't had before or even thought about before, you know.
Yeah.
And it's good to be able to see the positive sides of it as well as obviously
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Definitely. Definitely. And when we're thinking about the future as well, because that's what International Transgender Youth Day is all about. It's about empowering our youth, thinking about the future. They even thinking about the older generation of trans people who, whether they knew it or not, were trans youth at some point, and how they could have had their lives improved. So when thinking about how we move forward, like what steps could councils and politicians take to put trans issues on the agenda, do you think?
Oh, I mean, I think that, you know, it's endless, the opportunities in terms of what we can do. I mean, we've had the GRA review, and, you know, we know the implications of that and how difficult that's going to be for people who really struggle with being able to demonstrate that they are actually transgender. And why should you have to demonstrate to that level? You know, you are who you are. You know, as if I present myself as a black woman, I'm a black woman, it's accepted, nobody challenges it. If I present myself as a woman, I'm accepted as a woman, nobody challenges it. So if I present myself as a transgender woman or a transgender man, you know, why should I not be given the same respect in terms of how I self-identify? So I think there's a great deal of work that can be done, you know, going forward. I know our MP, Kim Johnson, is going to be championing and challenging some of the misconceptions around transgender, which is great. You know, I really welcome that input. But, you know, there's so much that can be done in terms of, you know, ensuring that our transgender community take their rightful place and don't feel as though they're sort of being shunned into the background, but actually come forward. You know, I want to see political representation from our transgender community. I want our transgender community to have a voice in the workplace, in businesses, you know, and be able to be open and honest and frank and feel as though that they do have a real say in everyday society, and to bring about those positive changes that are needed.
Definitely. I think that is the best way to integrate, isn't it? Just having trans representation in every part of society, and definitely in politics is where we're needed, you know, because we have so many people speaking on behalf of us when they haven't even consulted us most of the time. You know, they did a survey to see whether they should, you know, reform the GRA, and the results were actually ignored because they said the results had been influenced by trans charities sharing it. But what else are trans charities going to do? Be silent when there's an opportunity for change? Like,
I mean, and that's it. I mean, you need to have representation, and you know, you need people to be talking about what you need, or you know, directly what you need, and you know, the only way you can do that is by people coming to the forefront and speaking up. But in order to do that, we need to create a safe space where people feel welcome and feel part of that, you know, discussion and part of that provision, in terms of, you know, putting very clearly on the agenda in terms of, you know, political persuasions and business and employment and education, quite clearly on the agenda what you need.
Definitely. Couldn't agree more. And when people are watching this and they might, you know, want to help out, want to see how they can reform things, what small steps would you say that people at home could all do to kind of make it their little change, to have a say in what's going on?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you see from the discussions around Black Lives Matters at the moment, and many of our Black colleagues are saying, well, you know, it's not my place to educate you on, you know, my blackness. And I think that's the same with transgender. It's not your place to educate people on transgender. we have to take responsibility as human beings about what we understand and what we know and what knowledge we gather. And so I think going forward, people have to take responsibility and look and learn about transgender communities and, some of the trials and tribulations that you face and the sheer, tragedy of, the fact that you're not embraced and not included in mainstream life. And so, I think for people who are genuinely supportive of our transgender community, go and educate yourself, go and learn about transgender communities, not just about, like you, Felix, just going and having a chat with Felix. Go and look at the history and the challenges that have had to be overcome in order to just even be where you are now. And, and until you understand the slow direction of travel, because it has been a slow and arduous journey for transgender people, in order to create, some viable movement forward, you have to understand the history. And that is a combination of learning from transgender groups and individuals like yourself, but also the onus is on the individual. Go and do your research.
Definitely. And kind of finishing this conversation up, is there a message of like hope for trans youth or anything that you'd like to say to them personally?
Yeah, I mean, I love our youth. I mean, they, it's a bit of a, cliche, but our youth are the future, and I genuinely believe that. And the thing is that if we want a future that is all embracing and is like values our diversity, then we need to create the spaces for our young people to come forward and take their rightful place in society, and be able to shape the future of this city going forward. It's a wonderful experience. We have a visitor economy that's second to none. We have, tourists who come to the city who are transgender. We have tourists who come from different diverse backgrounds. They want to see people who look and walk and talk just like them. So, get our youth out there into the community, into the business sector, the cultural sector, tourism, etc. Get some jobs for our youth, our transgender youth, and see them for what the gift and the blessing that they bring to our city.
Beautiful. People don't realise how much of a new world that they'll be exposed to if they just accept and bring in everyone and just treat everyone the same. Like
That's right. That's right.
No society ever worked by just everyone being exactly the same, did they?
Exactly. I mean, I'm the person that I am today, and the happy person that I am today is because I've been open to so many different experiences from so many different people from so many different backgrounds, and I wouldn't change that for the world, because that shaped me into the person that I am today. And if you can't embrace that, it's your loss. You will definitely live to regret it. So get yourself sorted, get into the transgender community, meet and mingle with our beautiful sisters and brothers and our young people, and your life will be 100% enriched.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for talking to us today, Anna.
You're welcome. Always a pleasure to talk to you, Felix, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Okay. Dear 14-year-old Bex, hi. This is you in 4 years' time. Yes, this is how you sound. I think back to you often. I remember you, the bully teenager who didn't think you'd make it to 16, and I know you're thinking that right now. Well, I'm here to tell you that you made it. You will become head girl at high school. Weird, I know. But you worked hard for it. But it never felt right. It caused you a lot of pain and anger and into the darkest place you've ever been. You knew why this was happening. You've realised it, but if you internalise it enough, I know you're hoping it will go away. Well, I'm going to say exactly what you're thinking right now. You're a boy. You leave that school and decided to go to the Catholic college up the road. Don't let the Catholic part put you off. They'll be one of the biggest supports you will have for the next 2 years. And man, are these next 2 years awesome. You got to the end of first year and realised that you hadn't been bullied once at college, and that feels amazing. It's also when you changed your name and asked people to start referring to you as Ben. You got your first proper chest binder that didn't bruise your ribs like that one from eBay. And it's also when you went to the doctors and finally got referred to a GIC. Fab, I know. Now, this is the bit you've been waiting to hear. On December 12th, 2017, you visited a hospital to speak to an endocrinologist, and on the 21st of December 2017, you started testosterone, and changes started happening. Family were difficult at first. I won't lie to you, but they're just worried. Very soon your family realised that this is how you are happiest, and they're all calling you Ben and referring to you as he now. They are your biggest cheerleaders. Give them time. Now, I'm writing this letter from your accommodation at Salford University. You got an unconditional for here. Congrats. You've made a number of friends who will stick by you through uni, and whilst you've been here, you've made a whole new bunch of friends who you love. They have supported you a lot since September. I can't wait for you to meet them. Also, you're a stand-up comedian now. You make a lot of jokes about being trans and gay, but people love it and laugh with you, no longer at you. Oh yeah, you're a gay man. You found yourself. So, really what I wanted to say is, in 4 years' time, you will have a hairy stomach, a deeper voice, a slightly more defined jawline, broader shoulders, a different name. You've had partners who appreciate you as you are. You've done 3 stand-up gigs. You've spoken in Parliament. You're County Youth Commissioner for Merseyside Scouts. You're a trustee at the Michael Causer Foundation. You've featured on the BBC. You've won a number of awards for volunteering and being involved in the community. You've been sailing on a tall ship, you've acted in a student film, you've travelled the country telling people your story and showing them the great man you've become. You are the happiest you've ever been. So stop hurting yourself, just hold on, and everything will work out okay. Love, Benton James Hodge. P.S. Happy 1 year on testosterone.
This is my voice, Preeti. This is my voice, 1 week on tea. This is my voice, 1 month on tea. This is my voice, 2 months on tea.
This is my voice, 3 months on tea. So this is my voice, 4 months on tea. I'm always going to be late doing these, but this is my voice, 5 months on tea. This is my voice, 6 months on tea. And this is my voice, 1 year on tea.
Hello everyone, welcome back to International Transgender Youth Day with me, Felix Mufti, and today I'm joined by 3 guests actually. So if you'd all like to just go around and introduce yourself slightly.
So my name is Joe Galliano. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Queer Britain, which is a charity working to set up a national UK LGBTQ+ museum for everyone.
Hello, my name is Anna Rurka. I'm the president of the Conference of the International NGOs of the Council of Europe, so one of the body of the Council of Europe.
Hi, my name is Marcis Kadmanis. I'm the founder of International Day of NGOs. We call World NGO Day and it's celebrated on 27th February. So thank you very much for inviting us.
Well, no worries, no worries. Thank you all so much for joining me today. And so I'm just going to start off with the question for the group. What is an NGO and why are they so important?
So I'd say at the best, they're a vehicle for individuals and groups to work to create the change and try and craft the world into the shape that they want to see it be and to make things better.
I would comment that first of all, NGOs represent a multitude interests like sectors. They represent human rights groups, they represent environmental protection, you know, so there are so many NGOs around the world.
Firstly, there is a lot of form of NGOs, no governmental organization. We have civil society organization inside and foundation association, so citizen initiative also. So there is a lot of form, and what is the common is that the people won't organize themselves, and it's a self-organizing organization. So it's not commanded by states or any state actors, and it is and it should be an independent institution, organization. So in Council of Europe, we have the official definition, and we have the recommendation about the legal status of the NGOs, that it should be respected in any member states. Yeah.
Amazing. Hope that gave everyone a bit of a background to what they mean. I know it definitely gave me more of an insight of them. And then as well, I know that you're very involved in civic activism. So if anyone wanted to give a rundown of what civic activism means to them.
So for me, civic activism, or I can call it as well engagement, means working to make difference in the civic life of our communities, and volunteering, and for me personally, raising awareness of NGO sector. Personally, as long as I haven't got a voice and spiritual strengths, I can use to help make positive change in global civil society. So if you don't have that voice and spiritual strengths, it's impossible to, actively be involved in civic space. So that's my point of view.
I think from a very personal perspective, I'd say that as a gay man, it's given me freedoms, and it's really improved the quality of my life. It's given me an equal age of consent. It's moved my life away from one that would have been defined by criminalisation. It's given me the ability to marry. It's given me the freedom to express myself more naturally. And I think in a wider sense, really, the idea of civic activism roots us in society, and it tells us, doesn't it, that we don't just have a set of rights. We also have a responsibility to everybody else that we live with, and that really covers the whole planet, because we all have a responsibility to work together to leave the place nicer than we found it.
What motivates me to act is maybe the will to change the world, clearly, and even if it is just modest part of the world, and but the belief that we can change the world, and not me as the individual, but we collectively, and that's why NGO is important, because it's the collective action of the people who want to achieve the same goals.
Definitely. I think that was really important in seeing how civic activism means something slightly different to everyone, but brings us all together in the fact that it's basically a shared opinion on wanting to do something different, and people as individuals doing stuff for their communities. So yeah, really insightful. We're going to move on to some individual questions. So Anna, I have some individual questions for you first. So as president of INGO's Conference of the Council of Europe, can you tell us a little bit about the work that you do?
So firstly, we should say that the Council of Europe set up a long time ago the participatory status for the international NGOs. The Conference of the NGOs is like the collective voice of, today we have 300 international NGOs which are part of, and very diverse. We have human rights organizations, but also professional one like teachers, but also LGBTIQ organizations, religious ones. So it's really very wide picture. So we have the session, we try to have the common position, we work on the policy paper, we give the recommendation to the member states of the Council of Europe. Since 2015, I agree with the Committee of Ministers to conduct the fact-finding visit in the member states. And we met in the countries. So until now, we visited 13 countries when we met with the NGOs and the public institutions, the ministries, the deputy ministers, and others to look on how the civil society sector interact with the policymaker in the policymaking process, and how they are involved in the decision making. So today, for example, we just published the report on Armenia, and there is a lot of things about LGBT person also. So this is the main action that I can say that we do.
Nice. So basically making sure that all countries within Europe are protecting their people and have their best interests at heart.
Yeah, and work also on standards. So sometimes you have the countries which draw the very negative or very bad legislation, which had a negative impact on NGOs. So we have the Expert Council on NGO Law, which is the independent expert they draw the legal opinion that we send to the government and all bodies. We can visit the country, we can speak with people to say, this is not very good solution, so how we can manage to make more enabling environment for these groups. And this is also very important that we do that in the dialogue with the state actors,
Yeah. And talking about you kind of having to intervene in some of these countries, I know recently Hungary has outlawed transgender people being able to declare their own identities rightfully. So what has your organisation been doing to tackle this?
What we do is that my standing committee, so the group of governing body of the conference, we set up 2 statements. It was forwarded by the Council of Europe through this channel. And also I write to the ambassador and he answered me. But there is no consensus. And we make that visible because it is also the important issue to engage the ordinary citizen, in this specific subject, and the people should engage to defend the fundamental rights of the LGBT people in Hungary. And so we try to engage the people, and I think that was successful. Unfortunately, the state didn't really hear the voice of not only the voice of civil society, but also from UN, from commissioner so there is no political will to change the situation. So it's not easy to counter these tendencies, but I think that we should fight. We should continue.
Definitely, and it sounds like you have been trying, and I really do hope that the Hungarian government realise that they are endangering people's human rights by enforcing these legislations. But thank you for all the work you're doing in Hungary. It sounds very useful. Now, opening up some questions to Marcus. So, what did you hope to achieve by launching World NGO Day?
Oh, okay. I can talk about the subject for hours. Okay. So let me summarize. So my whole reason for creating World NGO Day, or we call International Day of NGOs, was to recognize and celebrate the success of NGO sector and also the people behind NGOs, because they're doing a great job and they're doing amazing work, in every single community. And that's why I had this intention to come up with this initiative that turned into International Day. I also came up with universal concept. It's called Celebrate, Commemorate, and Collaborate the various NGOs around the world and people behind them. So it's this concept being used for years, and it's easy for every single NGO that adopts this concept and translate into their language, what they are celebrating, what they are commemorating, and what they would like to collaborate with, And I've seen so much progress, how they are using this concept and how important World NGO Day is for NGO community, especially in developing countries. And I can say nowadays World NGO Day is an important annual marking point for NGO sector, and also it's an opportunity for them to share their achievements with others. So yeah.
Good. And what kind of attention do you think has been brought to NGOs by you launching this day?
Well, good question, actually. Each year, World NGO Day, first of all, is celebrated from Australia, and it rotates around the globe and finish in South Americas and North Americas. That's, I think, is one of great achievements. What I think for NGO community to see that this International Day is important for NGO communities around the globe. And one of the important milestones is that each year, European External Action Service, or we can call as Foreign and Defense Ministry of the European Union, issues an official political statement on occasion of the World NGO Day. And that, in my opinion, is especially addressed to the countries where basic human rights or civil rights are under threat, especially with an NGO sector or LGBTQ plus community. So, and it's important that they are using World NGO Day as a platform to target those countries and reminds them, you have a problem in your country, you know? And sometimes we see those countries like kind of reply politically, diplomatically, you know, correct answers, you know, sharing on Twitters or writing articles that the civil society is amazing in their countries. They're donating so much money, you know, to civil society, but they're not mentioning the problems. They're not mentioning, for example, LGBTQ plus problems, for example, in United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia, you know, or in China even, you know. So that's why I believe it's very important that this kind of large institutions use this International Day to, you know, to impact something. So yeah.
Definitely. It gives everyone an opportunity to kind of say what's happening in their country, the good parts, and hopefully bring attention to the bad parts as well. And what is there any advice that you wish you had before you started developing the day?
Yeah. I wish if someone prepared me better for the systematic lack of political will to change by large institutions and large governmental bodies. That was one first things that I, you know, when I was lobbying World NGO Day, I faced, and it was very, very difficult. And you know, everyone, I mean, all those large institutions, governmental bodies have their own agendas, and it was kind of impossible to make my dream come possible. You know, knocking to the door and saying, look, we need to celebrate Mark World NGO Day, and then you get back a negative answer. Why do we need to mark World NGO Day? There's so many international days where I say, you don't get the point, you know. If you do works that you love, you know, and the work will fulfill you and the rest will come. And I knew and spiritually felt that one day we will have International Day globally. That's what I felt, you know, instinctively felt. And that's that energy in myself, in me, was that energy that I could go and knock to all those doors, you know, and going to all these large institutions like UNESCO, where I went. It's crazy. But that spirit, you know, the passion, yeah. So that's my answer.
Yeah, of course. If you have a job that you truly believe in, then your life will always be fulfilled, isn't it? It sounds like there was an opportunity for something really important to happen and you fulfilled that. So, yeah,
it's true.
Thank you very much. And last but definitely not least, we have Joe. So, Joe, where can we find Queer Britain?
Well, we're mainly online at the moment, particularly during lockdown. So we're working to establish a bricks and mortar museum with strong digital elements as well. So this year you can mainly find us at queerbritain.org.uk. If you were to go onto Twitter, we've just been doing a Pride takeover, so we've had a whole host of people sending in their Pride stuff today. Next year, we're working towards opening a temporary museum space, a meanwhile space, which will be somewhere a bit sort of quick and cheap and dirty that we can do all sorts of different experiments with different types of exhibitions and bring community groups in and do different sorts of work there. But you'll have to wait for that a little bit.
Sick. And what kind of things can we expect to see at Queer Britain or online as well?
Well, it's going to be all sorts of things. So everything from the sort of artifacts you'd expect to find, and fashion and photography and diaries and letters. And we have one thing that's very important for us is oral histories, as well as is collecting people's stories in their own words while they can tell their own stories for themselves. Because I think that the big thing about LGBTQ plus people is that so often our stories have been told for us. And actually the thing I think is really important is for actually us to have ownership of our own stories and to tell them ourselves. There's one thing I think that would be really important. We have a friend of the organisation who's been fundraising for us using their Etsy page, and they've been selling these trans and pride bricks, which really serves to me as a real reminder that the first brick that was thrown at Stonewall was by a trans person, and that's really sort of where, in a very mainstream sense, where our rights came from. And I think that people forget that too often, that our movement was built by trans people.
Marsha P. Johnson.
Exactly. So this is Marsha's brick.
I love that. Where can we find them Etsy bricks, by the way?
It's okay. I'm just going to look up. The shop is Team Wolfbat.
Team Wolfbat. Brilliant.
Yeah.
I'm sure people at home will want to buy them.
They've got the most fantastic trans pride earrings as well, which are like mini versions of these.
Oh my god, amazing. I'll be buying some. I'll have some now. I'll be supporting. But definitely, I think everything you've said about queer Britain sounds really interesting. I couldn't agree more. I think our history as LGBT people throughout the whole of time has been erased, and I really love that someone's trying to curate and bring a collection and celebration of all the amazing, rich history we have as a community. So
we'll enjoy welcoming you there.
Thank you. I'd love to be. But yeah, thanks. You all had really great answers to all of your personal questions, and now I'm just going to open it back up to the group. So kind of a close and kind of thinking about how we can move forward. What change in the world would each of you like to see for trans youth?
The LGBTQI groups are so resilient. They are affected. We cannot say that it's not, but they are so resilient, and it also shows us that we should not take democracy as for granted. And the idea of the museum, I'm just impressed. Yeah, it was because internationally we need this kind of initiative. Yeah, and to really make existing the memory of firstly the memory of the person, the stories, but also the contribution to democracy and human rights. I think that if it is not the LGBTQI activists who, the rights of the groups will not be really so important for all of us. Yeah.
What I'd really like to see though change for trans people all over though, and it's simple, but it's not easy. But it would be a world where trans people are safe and supported and nurtured. Where they're not challenged for their very right to their existence, where they have equal access to healthcare and employment opportunities and public space and culture, where we get an end to that kind of hate-based violence. And actually what I think, if trans people don't have that, then kind of none of us do. And with that comes the freedom for all of us to take an unself-conscious joy in our own identities.
We society, like whole society, should stop systematic discrimination against transgender people at all levels, from our political leaders to private sector. Because like Anna and Joseph said, and I read so many articles, and as well I know from my friends as well, it's just disgusting what's going on, And the other thing, I would like to see transgenders of color better represented in all sectors, giving them a seat at the table.
More representation in more places, definitely. Well, thank you all so much for your answers. And is there anything else anyone would like to say, anything to promote before we end our conversation?
Yeah, I'd like your wall for our museum.
You can have it. It's a bit crazy. There's a lot of stuff. I'll give you a good price.
First of all, thank you very much for organizing these conversations, and I checked some information what other guest speakers speakers you have. I'm very impressed, and it's amazing.
Thank you all so much for being here and having this conversation with me today. Everything you've all said has been really insightful.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you for
Bye
having us.
bye. Bye bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
My name's Jules, I'm a non-binary human and I go by they and them. I'm also a public speaker, trans awareness trainer. I do some freelance writing and I'm also involved in some social justice and activism work as well. I work predominantly in schools, so as a freelancer on behalf of and for various organisations and charities.
So my name is Chris Porter. I work at the Young Persons Advisory Service, more specifically on the LGBT plus projects. Some of you might have heard of Gyro or the Action Youth. The Action Youth is our trans-specific work, which includes some group work and some one-to-one work and actually loads of other things as well. We also offer training, advice, consultation with workers, professionals across housing, healthcare and education, which is a big one.
The Collective Encounters youth programme that I run is funded by Children in Need and as such aims to work with marginalised and disadvantaged young people from a range of different backgrounds and identities. But we have a regular youth theatre on a Tuesday evening which is open to anyone who wants to come along. The year do targeted outreach projects. Last year we did a project with Homotopia that was aimed specifically at LGBTQ young people.
Hi, so my name is Rico Jacob Chase. I live in South London and I'm 28. I did a documentary last year with a group called Rainbow Films. They help queer individuals learn how to use technical equipment. And since then I've done talks on panels at King's Cross Hospital, Beyond Brighton, did one for Les Events recently, and I was part of a roundtable at the Mayor of London. And I was speaking at the Black Lives Matter protest, talking about the history of black rights because my ancestors were Jamaican. So I also have to campaign for the queer part of my identity and also the black part of my identity and how they intersect.
My name is John Bird. I am co-founder of the LCR Pride Foundation, though I am no longer involved with the organisation. I am focusing more on my podcast, The Little Bird Told Me, which I'm trying to build into a platform which provides a voice for those in the LGBTQ plus community who wouldn't necessarily be able to have their voice heard.
At Transcend Theatre, we use theatre and the arts to highlight prevalent issues within the LGBTQ plus community. As all queer artists ourselves, we're familiar with many issues that those within the community face and what needs to be talked about. Through our work, we aim to open a dialogue between ourselves and the audience to create a platform for LGBTQ plus voices to be heard. Our current show, How to Kill a Rose, which is currently in development, specifically looks at issues surrounding trans youth and abusive relationships, which will include participatory elements to begin discussions surrounding the issues raised. We're also hoping to begin some projects that will offer trans youth a safe and creative space to explore identity, especially during lockdown, where these challenging times can be difficult and unsafe for some.
My name's Danny. I'm a community filmmaker at Thinking Film. Over the years, we've delivered a number of projects with trans children and young people. We delivered Merseyside's first trans youth project, and we're currently delivering a project called I'm Coming Out, which is funded by BBC Children in Need, which aims to provide a voice to LGBTQ plus children and young people across Merseyside.
Some people say that you, as a trans person or queer person, you are actually an act of protest. Your existence is an act of protest. And whether you want to believe it or not, some people will find your existence a controversy.
If you're watching this and you would like to become more active or become an activist, I think now is a fantastic time. I think it's incredibly important. What I would say is believe in the power of your voice, believe in the power of your story. You're the only person who can tell it, and through that, you can change the world.
If you are involved in activism or it's something that you're interested in doing, just some advice that I'd give you is look, ask for support if you need it. Don't necessarily take it all upon your shoulders. You know, be aware of energy levels. I'm always going into burnout because so much of my professional life and my personal life is centered around trans inclusion and being who I am.
Don't be afraid of things not going the way that you think they will. We're very used to this working in the arts sector, but sometimes it can lead to better things that you couldn't have ever imagined at that very first point, thinking about what you want to change.
Yeah, activism can happen on really small kind of micro levels. Some people, not that I would encourage this, some people might graffiti something on a desk or on a wall, like trans rights. Some people might write a letter to an MP. Some people might march in Liverpool Trans Pride. Some people might do all those things and a whole lot more.
Try and get your mates involved. Or if your mates aren't interested in taking action on the causes that concern you, then find new mates within the movement. Friendship is so important in terms of keeping you motivated and keeping it fun. We're taking action about causes that really matter and affect people in a massive way, but there's nothing to say that we shouldn't be joyful and exhilarating and all of that stuff at the same time.
If you've got an idea, no matter how out there you think it might be, try it out, explore. You never know who it might touch and who might, have an effect from it. Acceptance. Oh my God. It's frustrating watching the media right now and just seeing how so many people can have such an obsession with other people's lives. So for me, the change that I would like to see for trans youth is acceptance and for people to just lay off.
Equal opportunities, I find that a lot of people who are openly queer or openly non-binary or openly trans, we do tend to work in the creative industry primarily because it's the easier option for workplace. Because no one wants to go to a workplace where you are the token trans person. I want to see a trans youth that has transitioned in their teen years, that it goes into professions such as lawyers or doctors or those sort of institutional spaces. I think that would be actually a very, very beautiful moment. Or a trans politician,
If you're a media or news organisation, don't speak about trans children and young people without speaking with trans children and young people. I think that would fundamentally change the conversation that society is having. Ultimately, I want to live in a world where a person's gender identity just isn't something that we care to talk about or discuss because it is accepted and people can get the treatment and care that they need. And we really shouldn't be making it so difficult for the trans community. I think it's a real shame.
I want to see more movement, more action taken by some of our adults who have created this incredibly dysfunctional society, and for that reason our young people are suffering, they are struggling, and therefore that's what I'd like to see change. I'd like to see a future and a culture that embraces gender diversity so young people are truly free to be who they are. I'd like to see a better future, the kind of future that I'm now beginning to have in my later life that I wish I'd experienced younger.
I want really appropriate, effective healthcare for all trans people, but it's certainly for trans youth as well. Nobody should be waiting years on waiting lists, and nobody should be battling to get referrals to clinics or to receive medical interventions. It's stuff that people don't like us to talk about, but quite often it's what people really need. But obviously we want a more accepting and understanding society for all too.
We want to see a point where trans youth can have their voices heard with no fear of backlash and basically make our jobs pointless. It's not often you ask for your job to be made pointless, but it is a basic human right for trans youth to receive the same treatment as cisgendered youth, and a distinction between this should not have to be made.
For people to understand that there isn't really a debate to have. Trans people just want to be able to live freely and declare their own identity, and they don't pose any sort of threat to you or your safety.
For this next segment, we interviewed Sarah, an out and proud transgender woman living in Brazil, which is known as the most dangerous place for transgender people. A bit of a trigger warning, we did explore some sensitive topics in the interview. Ruby Davis has created a video which explains a bit about the background of what's going on in Brazil. Stay tuned afterwards to watch the full interview with Sarah. Thank you.
I endure violence like no human being should endure. But I survived. And today, I have seen a world that has come full circle, where trans people were denied dignity. We were seen as disposable people.
E a gente é guerreira. Transsexualidade tem uma magia que ninguém tem. Uma essência, uma vontade. Trabalho ninguém dá. Aí acabamos tendo que vender.
A gente sai com um único objetivo. Sair para trazer um dinheiro para casa. Agora se vai voltar, só dançar.
We have a voice now. We're gonna break the silence and we're gonna talk about it.
And I'm as free as the wind that's blowing out on this beach.
Except that voice is still there. As free as this beach.
I am my own special creation.
Hi everyone, so it's me Felix. I'm here with Sarah today, who is a Brazilian activist. In Brazil right now, it's a very dangerous place for trans people, and Sarah is one of them people who is actively trying to do something about the hate and discrimination and all the awful things that the Brazilian trans people are facing. So hi Sarah, thank you for talking to us today.
Oh, hi Felix. I'm really pleasure for me to be here, and I feel really happy.
So could you tell us about the work that you're doing in Brazil right now?
Yeah, I'm trying to be PhD in education, and in my thesis I work with how education works to transgender people.
I was also looking at some statistics that were about Brazilian hate crime, and I saw that, sorry, my dog's just
dog.
barking.
Oh, wow. Some kind of manifestation. We love manifests.
My dog's asking you a question.
Thank you. I understood, yeah.
But I was looking at the Brazilian hate crime figures, and I saw that they're a lot higher than most other places. And is there any particular reason that you think this is?
And the most groups we talking about 90% of transgender people in Brazil work as prostitution. And why these numbers is because we have no place recognized to legitimize our professions as right professions. So we are excluded of all the things that normal people can do. And I think it's very complex. Really, a good question, Felix. Brazil is the most dangerous country in the world to transgender people. And the second one is Mexico. And to Mexico be equal Brazil, they must work a lot. It's kind of 3 times more. And why we have these numbers in Brazil? Brazil is the most pride, the biggest pride LGBT in the world is the Brazilian pride. How we have the biggest pride, how we have the people, we have, I studied, it says that Brazilian people look for pornography with transgender is the country who more look for pornography with transgender in the world.
Oh, really? So they like fetishize transgender people? They see them as like sex objects?
Yeah, exactly. It's about fetish. It's about how they objectify our body. In Brazil, it starts when I say to you, shh, don't say that. Yeah. But somebody is doing something with me. No. Just, just leave it.
Just be quiet about it. Don't talk about it.
We are silenced. We are asked for silence all our lives. So it's very difficult when you have a culture who says to you, when the culture says to you, don't say what you think, don't say what you feel, don't say how excluded are you from everything because you're not normal.
Yeah.
Normal is working.
Yeah, they would rather silence you than address your problems and deal with your problems. They'd rather just not talk about it at all and brush it under the rug.
Exactly. Yeah. So when we have a silence of our problems, we have a big problem. Yeah. But when we don't have memories about our lives, we have a biggest problem. Because without our ancestrals, we have no ancestrals. Yeah, when we talk about transgender people, where's transgender people in our history? I'm talking about old world history. I'm Grandma Felix. I have a grandson. My grandson is 5 years old. I don't want my grandson growing up believing that his grandma was just someone living for sex or prostitution. I can do it. I'm not only this. Not only.
You're so much more.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. You're so much more. It's like, it's that prejudice and that stereotype that people put trans people in, that box. But that's what's so important to remember. It's like, we're not just trans people. We're not just anything. We're people. And that's just one little thing about our identity that some people can't get past. But if they can't get past that, then that's their doing.
We are building our vocabulary as well.
Yeah.
When you have no words to say exactly, and stuff, I think it's like I used to compare with people. Sometimes we talking with people and we say about a particular stuff and they say we haven't got a word to this particularity.
Yeah.
I feel exactly the same because some things in our lives as transgender we have no words to say.
Indescribable.
Yeah, yeah. It's how can I say about the feeling, about about um, about my grandson or my son, for example. It's not about I'm missing something. It's about I missing, but crossing with transphobia, crossing with prejudice. It's very complex stuff.
Yeah.
So, what kind of words we can use for this stuff? I don't know. I think people from linguistics can help us.
Yeah, they'll get the words. They'll bring us the words. That's their job.
Yeah,
to get
yeah,
the
yeah.
words.
We need the trans boys from linguistics to think better.
More translinguists. More translinguists. What would be the main thing in Brazil that you'd like to see change?
If I think we have the first steps being doing education. Education. I think, from my point of view, as teacher and going to be professor, I think education can change the world. How? How in 2020 we're talking about who can use and how can use a bathroom?
It's crazy. It's like we're going backwards on ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was younger, when I have your age, in your age, oh my God. I used to think, and in 2020, we have cars flying, and man, it's like, oh my God, it's shining, blue, and
Beautiful. It's the future.
yeah, but I just remember 5 years ago in Liverpool, I was being attacked by a man in a pub in front of many families, and the guy spoke me, and I just saw it's England.
Yeah, it's horrible. It shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, but happens.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, and how?
Yeah.
It's not because I was. It's not just because I was transgender travesti in that place. It was because we have to discuss immigration.
Yeah.
That's why we call intersectionality. Intersectionality helps us to understand how some tasks or some areas can be complexified when we think about. We have a specific word in English is ableism.
Ableism.
Ableism. Yeah.
Ableism.
How? Yeah. How you can say to anyone how able he or she is to anything.
Yeah. Why are you more entitled than anything, or why do you think you're better than someone else for any reason? It's like the oppressed people, isn't it? All the oppressed people need to stick together and learn from each other about how we've overcome problems in the past and what is the best methods of tackling the discrimination and the prejudice like you faced when you were at that pub. And that's a thing. I think we're talking about Brazil and we're talking about the awful hate crimes that are going on there. And we still need to address the massive problems that people have in not just their actions, but in their attitudes towards trans people in the UK. They think we're some trend.
Yeah, they're trans. Leave it. Leave them. No, honey. We're not asking for your permission. We're not asking for your permission. We are, and we pay our bills. We pay taxes. We are. We don't try to be. Yeah, leave you. Leave you. Yeah, we will live. We sing in the past. We will survive.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. I'm living. I'm living. Yeah, and I will live. No survive. I will live.
Live. People think that they can get rid of us, but we'll get rid of them.
Yeah.
Haters, people who have hate in their hearts think that one day we just won't exist anymore, but one day they are the ones who won't exist anymore. It's survival of the fittest, and the people who can't accept and adapt are the ones who will get left behind, not us. We're not going anywhere.
I think it's very important how this event is going on, because we could imagine someone from Rio de Janeiro speaking with somebody over there in real time as we're doing now. I'm really happy. I'd like to thank you.
Oh no, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Like, you know, we wanted to make this as international as we could, and you're in Brazil, so that's pretty international. But I've really enjoyed our chat. One final thing, for transgender young people out there, what would you say to them?
Go. Live your life. Be yourself. And remember, some of us died for you. And you must live the best life in the world with no prejudice, no discrimination, and free to do whatever you want. In Brazil, we have been attacked by the government. We have already no responsible in our government to our health. We have no chef in the health in Brazil. And today we have no chef in education in Brazil. A minister. We have no minister of health. We have no minister of education. So I'm trying to say, please publicize and share this video and help us. The world must say we are nice, but have been hard.
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course. You're great people. It's been really lovely to talk to you today. It's been amazing.
Thank you so much, Felix. Bye bye.
Thank you, Sarah. Bye. Speak soon. Bye. By this point, I don't need to do an introduction anymore, but thank you all so much for watching today. This is the end of the day now, and I've prepared a little poem that I'm going to read before we end the credits, which thanks everyone individually. But yeah, as I say, thank you for watching it and being a part of history. I'm tired of the skin I'm in, yet I'm still one of the lucky ones. I feel like I'm fighting a fight I'll never win, yet I'm still one of the lucky ones. What I see in the mirror doesn't mirror what's within, yet I'm still one of the lucky ones. Every day, I'm allowed to wake up and breathe, no matter how tight my chest may feel. At least I'm still allowed to go outside, express my true form, and be reminded everything I feel is real. You may say our generation is sensitive, but sorry if we seem tentative when we talk about the past, because I know thinking about any other time but now makes my head and heart go fast. Things are still hard, don't get me wrong, but in this present day is where our people are most allowed to belong. My heart cries at night for people whose identities are legally illegal, for it makes no sense for how we feel inside
to not be treated equal? How can people be murdered for how they feel inside? We need to remember their names, be outraged, because none of us should have ever died. We are being killed, but our killers are the ones who have rights and get to sleep safe at night. How can I glorify the idea of being a 90s kid when I hear so frequently about what people said and did? Things are still hard, don't get me wrong, but in this present day is where our people are most allowed to belong. I'm crying like a baby for the milk of acceptance I need, but the bottle's smashed and I'm watching myself bleed. I hate the times we live in, but I hate the past too. I'm trying to draw a rainbow, but all I have is the colour blue. I'm trying to see the stars, but it's a dark, dark night. I want to challenge their ideals, but I really don't want to fight. I hope you have all enjoyed International Transgender Youth Day, and I hope you've learned a lot about our global experiences and how learning from each other's injustices can help us build a better and brighter future for our youth. Please join us next year on the 29th of June as we celebrate this day again, hopefully with a physical event as well as online. So thank you very much for watching. I've been Felix Mufti Wright. Thank you.